Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Audible and visible? Hmm. Wait. We've already waited for 6 minutes, but still not people are here. 1 second. What to remember Khilji's name of the rulers and Jalaluddin Khilji and Mongols. Alauddin Khilji and Mongols. And we'll talk about the market reforms today. So our Guri dynasty, successor of Khwarizmi dynasty, or both different? They both are different. Do both different powers. Gadwala's feudatories of Gujarat Pratihara, yes. Christian era, BCE or AD, same thing. That's the most religious way to call that time period as. Yes, Akash. We wait 1 more minute and then we start. Because mega political fragmentation was a organic or a standard process which happened. Here it is not a British did it artificial. Diksha sent me an email about that. I'll forward it. Same Shubham, same thing. Why Harsha not last Hindu king? Because even after Harsha, there are multiple kings which are Hindus. Till the Kakatiyas, we have Hindus. Okay. Akash, you have to practice. And every year, every month, there's an answer writing practice webinar which happens in the end of the month. I hope that you know about that. Every last Thursday. So you should attend that if you have answer writing issues. After Razia, Balban came to power. Okay. See, if you will open up the Mamluk dynasty, there are minor powers also. For you, only four matter. In between, there are people, but they are not important. Okay. There is Satnath political history already done. The basics of all rulers is done. And we had to do the advent of Turks is also done. Now today's agenda is to understand administration, ICTA, market reforms, and along with that, 4 experiments. This, and this. These are the 4 main topics out of which questions can be made. ICTA is very, very important. Then administration, then market, then 4 experiments. So let's start with the basics. The basic out of the basic. We've already covered the political history. I wasn't not able to attend how finding much manage all classes. Ritika, you have to systematically cover the classes through the recorded sessions and then come up to speed. Then only it will become manageable. You have to go through the classes. That is a painful process. You have to do it. Okay. Now, when we talk about administration of the Delhi Sultanate, I'm starting the discussion now. One of you asked me this question, that is it centralized or is decentralized? The administration is based on two things, which are central departments and ICTA. Now, the judgment with regards to is it centralized or decentralized, we will do after we understand ICTA system. But the first and most obvious thing which you have to know is basically these departments. So we all know that the Sultan's office is the most important. Within it, you have all the powers, which is political, judicial, military, all powers concentrated in him. And the next most important position is called the Wazir. Wazir, Prime Minister, standard word which is still used in most of the Islamic countries. But these two are obvious, Sultan and Wazir. The third in line is the one who basically was established by Balban, which is Diwan-e-Ariz. Diwan-e-Arz or Ariz-e-Mamlik. Now, there's a difference between those two. This is the name of the department. This is the officer. This is the officer. And this is the most important department, which is the military department. Diwan-e-Arz or Ariz-e-Mamlik is something which is generally considered very important, with other also important positions. So now, what you have to remember is not Diwan. Same thing. These are their central departments. What you remember is the word which is after it. So, Risalat, Riyasat, Risalat. He's a foreign minister also. He's a minister of appeals. Basically, if you have any appeal, you can go to him. Ariz is military. The ones which I'm marking is extremely important. Bandagan, slaves, as started by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Thereafter, you have Qaza. Qazi is the position of a judicial officer. So the Qaza-e-Mamlik becomes justice. Thereafter, you have Khairat, which again is Khairat mein baatna, means to give something in charity. You have Insha, which is correspondence, and Kohi, which is agriculture. In the process of telling you the what we call as political history, I also told you who are associated with this. For example, Diwan-e-Kohi was established by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. These departments, in a way, and their officers, which I will show you, have to be learned because they can be asked as match the following question standard. So from Diwan-e-Ishtaq, these 6 have to be learned irrespective of anything. Jizya is a tax paid by a non-Muslim population to a Muslim ruler for protection. Now, the whole empire was also divided in a certain way, where we have Gram, Pargana, Shik, Ikta. You have to remember this for sure, because this is the way they can ask you in the examination, putting ascending and descending order, wherein Ikta is the biggest province unit, Shik, Pargana, and Gram. The one who takes care of Gram is Khut Mukaddam. I'll tell you who they are. Then you have Amil or Chaudhary, who takes care of Pargana, Taluk level. District is under Shigdar, and Mukti and Wali are for Ikta. I'll tell you these words again because Mukti, Wali, and Khut Mukaddam are related to each other in some way, related to the Ikta system in that regard. Now, the last descriptive area is this box, which you have to remember again, which is the officers. And here the ones which are close to each other are what UPSC will play with. For example, see, Wazir everybody knows. Ariz a Mamlik, I have discussed already, is the military head department. Qazi, the whole world knows, is a legal judicial officer. Thereafter, you have, for example, Sadar us Sudur, Sadar e Jahan. Sadar us Sudur is the one who takes care of religious matters. Sadar e Jahan takes care of charitable grants. So, areas means whatever has to be paid to everyone. Then you have Mushrif a Mumanglik. Now you see, Mumalik means the same thing. Mumalik means officer. So you only have to remember the first word. Mushrif, accountant general. So he is the one who takes care of all revenue in that regard. Wakiledar is the one who takes care of 1, 2, 3, 4. Wakiledar is the one who takes care of the royal household if there are certain things which are needed or not. And Wazir we already know, Qazi we already know. Amir Edad is basically public prosecutor. He helps you in fighting a case. And Naib means always deputy. Wazir is already something we know. So here again, you just have to remember 5, 6. You just have need to have the power to associate. So as we remembered in Mauryas, as we remembered in Guptas, in Delhi Sultanate and Mughal, same thing is going to be there, which is the administrative positions need to be remembered, and your understanding of them should be straightforward. The most obvious question is, which you will find in mocks quite a lot. UPSC hasn't asked a question directly from these departments till this point. No question from previous year questions is that related to any department except for Ariz e Mamlik or Diwane Arz, and that too equivalent to the Mughals, which is Mir Bakshi. Except for that, we have not seen a question in which they have directly asked to match the following, but that is again something which you don't expect from UPSC can, but in mocks you will find it for sure. So easy, simple, straightforward. Make a list, put it, and it's not only 5 here, and there were 6 there. That's it. 11 names, and your administrative terms are done. But the most important discussion we have today is not this. It is rather ICTA. Now, I want to discuss ICTA system with you. For that, I want everybody discussion that we are all awake, we are all clear. Because ICTA is the most important discussion we have. If you understand this, you understand everything else also. Okay, now that was central administration. That was central administration. If you, I'm coming to that. What does ICTA mean, Ashutosh? Coming to that. Patiently listen to me. Everything will be clear. Now that was central administration. If this is Delhi Sultanate, this is Delhi Sultanate. What the Delhi Sultanate does is that it divides the empire into 2 parts. Or the Sultan. One is called Kharaj and the other one is called Ikta. And the concept is very simple. Out of this whole empire, the most prosperous land is designated as Kharaj. Kharaj is basically crown land or land from where the tax collected goes directly to the king, or central treasury. So in Kharaj, a officer will go, he will collect tax, tax will go back to Delhi, from Delhi it will go to central treasury. Think of it like CGST. Directly goes to the main treasury, to the center. Now, after that, the whole empire is divided into what are called iktas. This would be an ikta. Now, the $1,000,000 question is, what is an ikta? What is an ikta? We understand what is crown land. Crown land is land directly under the king. Sultan gets the money out of this directly. Don't use the word khalisa. Khalisa is Mughal term. The equivalent term for Delhi Sultanate is kharaj. Kharaj is crown land, land from where the money collected, which is land revenue collected, straight away goes to the imperial treasury. Are we clear about this? What we understand by crown land or kharaj? Yes, no, have to tell me right now, because I will keep on moving into the next point. The blue is the river. Yes, that is nothing but Ganga Yamuna. Again, please explain. It is like UT state. Sure, whatever you want to think of it. All the whole empire has been divided to two areas. One area which directly goes under the king, and the land which is under the king directly. The tax from that land directly goes to the central treasury. Can anybody tell me what would be the equivalent of this type of area in the Cholas? In the Cholas, what would be the equivalent to this area? Very good, Shank. The Villanavagai. Villanavagai is exactly the same as Kharaj in a way, that it is directly under the king. There's no intermediaries. There's nothing. Tax is directly collected by the king, and the people in this area are free. So it is basically exactly like Villanavagai. If you don't understand Villanavagai, then you understand crown land, which is land from where tax is collected, directly goes to the king, and there is no other cutting, there is no intermediary. If 1 lakh rupees has been collected, it will directly go to the imperial treasury, which is in Delhi. Are we clear about this? The people who said no. Can I move to the second part of discussion? And the second, as soon as I tell you Ikta, Kharaj will also be better. Okay. Again, you are not saying yes or no. People are not saying yes and no. I am presuming that the people who are saying yes is for saying for you also. Tax is collected from green color or only blue color. That does not really matter, Ambika. You can't go and take tax from the river. But it is an immaterial point. Concentrate. Okay. Now, the rest of the empire is divided into Ikta. Now, basically, Ikta, now pay attention, is a revenue assignment or land granted to an officer in lieu of certain responsibilities and duties according to his salary. So basically, Ikta is a land allocated to a Sultanate officer. A Sultanate officer. If it's a big Ikta, you are called a Mukti. If it's a small Ikta, It's called a, you called a khut or mukaddam. This is the title or the title which is given to you. Now till this point, what does it sound like? Is this something new which India has seen? Till this point, land granting for in lieu of service is something new. No, this is what the Guptas did, this is what the Satavahanas did. This is not Zamindari system. This is land grant system. Everybody, this is what Harsha was doing, this is what Pallavas were doing, this is what the Palas, Pratyaharas, Rajputas were doing. Don't ask me questions right now. I'll tell you. There is a lot to be unpacked here. But first, tell me, do you understand the core concept? I have to get, for example, I have to get 10,000 tanka worth of salary. So that salary is not given to me in cash, not in cash, but a land is allocated to me which has exactly 10,000 tanka worth of land revenue. This is a very simple way in which the state is mitigating non-salary payment, which is that rather than taking that 10,000 and then giving it back, which would have meant two officers were needed to do it, collecting and giving it back, they directly allocate you the land itself. Now, this till this point, ICTA seems like the land grant system. Seems like the land grant system. That this is not something new, that you are giving land for an administrative responsibility. Am I making sense till this point? Land grant for service. Tanka is silver coin. Now, but when you will look at the duties and the responsibilities, you will see a difference. ICTA, when allocated, the following duties and responsibilities come. If officer lost job, will the land be taken? Yes, that is the point. Wait. Every question will be answered. Just wait. The first responsibility he has is general administration. He has to administer this area. Second is revenue administration, which is that he has to extract revenue. Third responsibility is military duties, which is that he has to have a small contingent. Fourth responsibility is that keeps law and order intact, and the basic administration of this area. Again, something which is not path breaking, but the path breaking part comes here. ICTA is non-hereditary, non-permanent, transferable, and if revenue collected is more than the salary allocated, then send it back to the imperial treasury. Send it back to imperial treasury. Now this is something which first and fifth is same. Okay, now happy? Then don't tell me what is general administration. The way ICTA becomes a decentralized centralized system is through this. Now basically it is the land grant system but with no way for fragmentation. What is being done here is very simple. There is one area which is called Kharaj. In Kharaj, an officer will go, collect tax, and he will then give it to Delhi. It will go into Imperial Treasury. But then I need to pay my officers. I can do it two ways. Either I go and in the vast territory of India, I can go and collect the taxes, bring it to Delhi, and then give everybody cash salary. But what is the problem in this concept? That if I collect everything from everywhere, bring it to Delhi, and then give everybody cash salary. Imperial Treasury means Delhi, main treasury. The problem is three. Firstly, it's very expensive and time taking that I go everywhere, collect it, bring it back, then I give it back. Second is there's a chance for this money to go somewhere else because you are centralizing the money in one place and then taking it to Delhi, and there can be chances of more corruption there. But the third is it's a hassle. It's a hassle. I know that I have to pay you money. So rather what the Delhi Sultans used to do was to appoint accountants. And the job of this accountant was to roughly calculate how much each ikta will give. So for example, A can give 10,000 tanka, B can give 20,000, C can give 5,000, E can give 1,000, F can give 50,000, and so on and so forth. And the job of the accountant was thereafter to see how many officers are there, X, Y, Z, and what is the equivalent salary of the XYZ, which is, for example, his salary is 20,000, his salary is 50,000, his salary is 10,000. Tanka means silver coin. Listen to me, third time I'm saying. Now, rather than collecting this tax from B, then basically going and taking it to Delhi and then giving it to X, there is an acquisition cost. Yes or no? For that acquisition of 20,000, I would have to pay a person to go and collect it, then bring it, then give that 20,000. So what if the person who needs that 20,000 is also the tax collector? So what is going to be happened is X will be made the mukti of B. Y will be made the mukti of F. And Z will be made the mukti of A. Now, when X, Y, Z get A, B, and F, they have to do general administration also. They have to do revenue administration also. They have to do day-to-day work also. They have to do also have a small contingent with them, which, if needed, the king can ask for. If the revenue amount somehow next year came out of 50,000, it came out to be 55,000. Then the 55,000, 50,000 X, the Y will keep. But that 5,000, because there are accountants at each level, that 5,000 extra will be sent to the Imperial Treasury. Mukti is the position. Again, you all are sleeping. Mukti is the title or iqtidar. Iqtidar. I told you this is the title you get if it's a big ikta. iqtadar. Now what if, see, accountant part not clear. भाई accountant है इसमें, क्या है इसमें, what is there? Accountant calculates roughly the revenue as per historical data. Accountant knows what is your salary, so the central administration will allocate you a ICTA. Once you get an ICTA, you would have to thereafter do everything and collect the revenue also. If the revenue is less than what the accountant is saying, that is not the state's problem. That is your administration problem, and that is your problem. So XYZ are actually incentivized to make sure that the revenue remains constant. If it does not, if it falls below what the accountant is saying, then it is their loss. But as soon as you take out too much out of it, thereafter you will then have to send it to Imperial Treasury. So in a way, this system cannot become over exploitative, because over exploitation will lead to more revenue, will in turn lead to Imperial Treasury getting more. And under exploitation will mean that you will get a less salary that the state is not going to compensate you for. But the biggest and the most important safeguard of this whole system is XYZ are not getting ownership of this land. It's a revenue assignment, it's a posting. The salary of XYZ can be decreased and increased, and they can be asked to give A, B, and F back. So there can be a position that Z becomes 20,000 and X becomes 10,000. So what will happen is they will switch their ICTAs. So ICTA is transferable, it is non-permanent and non-hereditary, which means like UPSC today, if a IS officer becomes a person becomes an IS officer, automatically son is not going to be an IS officer. So in a way, the system is allocated in such a way that there are multiple checks and balances to make sure that this does not become fragmentary. Understand this point. The day-to-day tension of this administration has been given to the officer. He is everything in one, and he is not permanent also. It is basically the land grant system without the hassle of fragmentation or local power centers being developed. So Kharaj Mukti is not there, Ikta Mukti is there. Kharaj, yes, there will be no Mukti in the Kharaj land. Ikta system came to be the ease of the empire. Yes, where you have a vast empire. See, understand this point. Use 3 times you've written. I can see it once only. The point is that in an empire which is big, previously people were giving land grants. This is land grants without the issue of fragmentation. Is this making sense to you? That how this is basically a master stroke by this ICTA system is not something which is an innovation of Iltutmish. It was used in the Central Asian period quite a lot. In Central Asia, it was used quite a lot. It's an ancient institution of Central Asia. Was brought into India for the first time. ICTA is a masterstroke because it allows you to have a very big empire. It is decentralized and centralized at the same point of time. Because the Sultan can remove you and you are not permanent. The problem was what? The people before Delhi Sultanate were giving tax-free land grant, which was hereditary also and permanent also. This is not permanent or hereditary. As it is, you have a whole set of responsibilities which you have. If you are not going to do it, see, this is good for the peasant also, and this is good for the state also. Because if the peasant is going to get overexploited, there is no incentive for the officer to destroy agriculture. Because if he destroys agriculture, he will get too much one day, 1 month, he will send it to the Imperial Treasury. Next year, nothing is going to come. So first things first, now I bring both the concepts together, and that will be basically the whole administrative system of the Delhi Sultanate. When we talk about the administrative Delhi Sultanate, the whole empire is divided into 2 parts, Kharaj and Ikta. Kharaj is land of the Sultan or crown land. No iktas are allocated in these areas. All revenue collected goes to the crown and imperial treasury. On the other hand, when we talk about ikta are revenue assignments. They're called revenue assignment or postings. Revenue assignments which are allocated to Delhi Sultanate officers in lieu of their salaries. Once ikta is allocated, it is a transferable, non-permanent, non-hereditary grant with following responsibilities. Responsibility: general administration, not local, revenue administration, military responsibility, excess revenue to be transferred to the imperial treasury. If there's a deficit in the revenue, that is not state's problem. And accountants are appointed at all levels. And a iqtidar can be a big or a small. That would be mukti, and this would be khut muqaddam. You asked me about Bakhtiyar Khilji yesterday. Bakhtiyar Khilji was the mukti of Bengal. He was the iqtidar of Bengal. That is why Bengal, Bihar, Nalanda came under him. A ikta can be as big as a province and can be as small as 1 acre or 1 bigha of land. That is totally on your position and your salary. Responsibility. Ab theek hai. How are the accountants paid? Either they can be paid by the khut muqaddam or mukti, or they can be centralized payment also to them. Is it like permanent settlement? No, it is not even like permanent settlement in any way or form. Not even close to it. Is the calculation revenue carried out by accountant every year? That is not specified in the system. Can be done periodically. The point, if it is a constant flow, they will not touch it too much. Is everything written on this slide makes sense? How are intermediaries officers between mukti and muqaddam? Is there further differentiation below mukti? No. Either you are a mukti or you are muqaddam or you are khut muqaddam. There's no real difference between that. There's no intermediary officer. If you remember, I showed you this box. In that box, Mukti Wali, as big as a province, Gram under Khut Mukaddam. So one village can be given, multiple villages can be given. So Munsi, I don't know what you mean by Munsib and Ikta. I don't know where you are getting these notions. Pata nahi, what are you reading? I don't know. Where are you getting these things from? Munsif is an officer who takes care of revenue administration. Upgradation of bigger mukti khud according to performance. Sure. Sure. Don't think of it like an IAS officer. There are officers who collect tax from Kharaj. They are given Ikta or how are they paid? They will be paid in imperial revenue. An officer here will be paid in cash. Officer here will be paid in cash. How Shikdar appointed and paid? Shikdar could be appointed centrally, could be paid in cash or Ikta. It is totally on the king or sultan to do what he's trying to do. See, what you are doing is now you're trying to understand the system, how it was applied. First, tell me, do you understand it on paper? Application is different by different kings and sultans. Do you understand the concept? How head mukti khud mukaddam differentiate both as iqtidars? Because there could be a iqtidar who could be holding 500 villages, and he could have then further other officers under him. So khut mukaddam is not a title which is very simple to 1 gram. It could be 10 villages khut mukaddam. It's just that when I go to the king and I say, who are you? And I say that I'm a mukti, he knows that I'm a very big iqtidar. Khut mukaddam, these are titles. Iqtidar can be called a khut mukaddam or a mukti. Is there any system to ensure excess revenue goes to central treasury? What about corruption? Very good question. You tell me you have the right, you have the guts to go and do corruption against Alauddin Khilji, against Iltutmish. Corruption happens when there is chance for evasion. When the punishment for corruption is death, then the deterrence is the death itself. Sure, you can evade Alauddin Khilji. Sure, you can evade these kings. But once they get to know, you will be cut into pieces and thrown into your own ikta. So this concept of corruption, this is a very democratic thing. You don't loot from a sultan. Please understand this point. There is check and balance through accountants, and you will say that accountants will also come together. At one level or some level, they will see discrepancy. Everything is documented. If the discrepancy will be seen, no questions asked, no judiciary. Death is the punishment for corruption. So you remove your democratic notions. The equivalent of this system could be very simple, straightforward. Like today, you become an IAS officer. You are appointed to Agra. What happens is that you get the salary from the government, and Agra revenue is collected by you as DC. However, there's a financial crisis which comes in the country. The government is not capable of giving you money. So what they say is that you collect the revenue of Agra, cut your salary out of it, and send whatever is excess to the government of India. That way, the government of India does not have to think about paying you first, because you are collecting your own salary first and then sending whatever is left to the state. Can we say grant of ICTA would lead to feudalistic tendencies? No. Till it is transferable, non-permanent and hereditary, it cannot be feudalistic. Because at that point of time, if I can be removed, if my son will not get it, and if it is transferable and non-permanent, then how am I creating decentralized powers? It's not as difficult as you really think it is. It's very straightforward. That if there are safeguards to make sure that it does not become decentralized. That is why I told you that the Delhi Sultanate has a centralized, decentralized system. So they have taken out all the problems of the land grant system. but are using the advantages of the land grant system. So the advantage of such type of system, and advantage of this type of system would be the fact that day-to-day administration of a vast empire is not done from imperial center and leads to quick decisions and better policies. Second, no burden on the state to have an army of revenue collectors who are paid by state, can have small contingents or fragmented army without any cost. Fourth, no tension of centralized disburse rather this centralized transfer of salaries. And fifth, peasants are protected against over exploitation. Ground level, grassroots level administration is sorted automatically. Is it like modern day center state relations, only excess revenue is not paid to center? Again, it's not that. You then don't understand center state relationship. This is not, the center does not allocate revenue to the state. Army of revenue collectors. That's the basic point. Every iqtidar has to have a military obligation, but that is not borne by the state but by the iqtidar. So you are getting a fragmented army also, but you don't have the issue of the fact that who will pay for that army. No tension of centralized transfer of salaries, that I collect salary then send it to everybody. I collect salary and send it to everyone. Very simply, it's not difficult to understand. It's very simple system. You don't have to take the tension of day-to-day administration. First point, day-to-day administration of vast empire is not done by imperial center. Leads to quick decision and better policy. Now, what is the issue in this? You are now not understanding English. What am I saying? This is now we're giving too much time to something which really is not that complicated. One part of the whole empire, contingent means a regiment of soldiers. One part of the empire is kharaj. There everything will go to the state. You will be paid for your services through central salaries. But this would, to have the whole empire under kharaj, it will become an administrative nightmare because it will need too many officers to do that. So in order to undercut that, you have to pay your administration. So why not make them the revenue administration and general administration person same, which is allocate them iktas in which they automatically collect their own salaries. And if it is equal, it is their call. If it is more, you get what is more. If it is less, that is not your problem. Iqtidari could have been a problem of hereditary kingship, or rather, it could in a way become problematic over a period of time if it is hereditary. However, there are multiple safeguards, 3 check and balance, in order to make sure that it is transferable, non-permanent, and non-hereditary. So there's no issue. Grassroot, ground level, grassroot. Grassroot and ground level means same thing. Can have small regiment fragmented without any cost. This military obligation, you are getting it in the same salary of the officer itself. Are we clear? Now, इक्तेदारी or ikta system from Kutubuddin, not from did not start under Kutubuddin, from Iltutmish till Muhammad bin Tughlaq was non-hereditary. But Firoz Shah Tughlaq, in order to appease his noblemen, made it hereditary. Now, can you imagine how and why the Delhi Sultanate would decline? It will decline because Firoz Shah Tughlaq will take away the most important check and balance over the Ikta system. Firoz Shah Tughlaq made Ikta system hereditary. And as soon as you make something like this into hereditary, you have now made it exactly like the land grant system. So he was trying to keep his very khas nobles happy, but in process of doing that, he will lead to fragmentation. Now, see what the way it is written in the examination, or how the NCERT or books talk about it. The agricultural and land revenue system of the early Turkish sultans had two foundations: Ikta, Kharaj. Ikta system was provided institutional status by Iltutmish. Under Ikta system, the land of the empire was divided into several large and small tracts called Ikta, and assigned these Ikta to his soldiers, officers, and nobles. The duty of the Muktis was to lead military campaigns and maintain law and order in their Iktas. In exchange of their military service, the Muktis collected revenue of their assignments as salary. They also paid their soldiers from these revenues. Care was taken that the Mukti collected only the taxes prescribed by the state, and he kept the required number of soldiers. Now, accountants were appointed by the state to check the amount of revenue collected by Mukti. There are two types of Iktas. Ikta, large Ikta, small Ikta. The holders of large Ikta could be provincial governors who had some administrative responsibilities also. The holder of small Iktas were small troopers, and they had no administrative responsibility. These small Ikta holders were called Khutan Mukaddam. As the Delhi Sultanate brought the hinterland more and more area under them, the old Samantas, the old feudatories, were put under the Ikta system, and the people who were not ready to pay any form of money or any form of tax, or they were previously not paying any money, now it was the job of the Mukti and the Wali to get money out of them. The Sultan's administrators measured the land, kept careful accounts. Some of the old chieftains and landlords served as sultanate to help them understand it. There are three types of taxes. One is the kharaj, which is on cultivation directly 50%. Thereafter, there is on cattle and on house. So basically, ghari chari tax. This is called chari tax. This is called ghari tax. If you have a pakka house, you pay property tax. If you have cattle, you pay chari tax, which is grazing tax. And if you are a peasant, you pay a standard land tax, which could be 50%, half of the revenue. And Firoz Shah Tughlaq is going to make it hereditary. Nobody is going to ask you to explain it in the examination because there's no mains question from here. But in the examination, if they ask you about the concept of ikta, will you be able to tell them what it is? Or the statement based questions describing ikta, you'll be able to identify that. Okay. Now, then let's talk about economy. If lower revenue is collected, then will the remaining salary be paid by tenants? No. Lower revenue, your problem. This system does not need to be just. These are monarchs, they are sultans. This system is not based on justice. Kharaj is the name of the tax also. So Kharaj land and Kharaj tax, both are same, both are basically different things. So did these officers held more land under them than the king? That the king would not be dumb to do. A maximum they can hold a big province. The sultan is the sultan of the Delhi Sultanate. A iqtidar is an officer under him. Nirbhay, I am same exact question you are asking me. I don't know what are you trying to do here. I am answering you only that Kharaj tax and Kharaj land is different things, but name of tax is Kharaj. So a peasant, firstly, peasants will never have pakka ghar. A zamindar would have a pakka house that he has to pay property tax on. If he has cattle, he would have to pay ghari, chari, and land tax, 3 taxes altogether. Can we move on to the economy? Because then I want to discuss Alauddin Khilji's market reforms. Okay. Now, the second thing which we need to understand here is that what was the impact on the economy? Was Delhi Sultanate good for the economy or bad for the economy? And the answer to the question, not under Tughlaqs, only under Firoz Shah Tughlaq. And the answer to that question, that did they actually improve or was there something good which happened? And the answer is yes. See, the Sultan, being an Islamic ruler, does he care about the Varna system or the caste system or this purity and all? He doesn't really care about anything. So with the Sultan being Islamic, the control over state of Brahmins went down. With that, what happens is that there is the Shudra community, the lower Varnas, for the first time had a chance for upward mobility. Because what will happen is, two major sectors will emerge under the Delhi Sultanate. One, which is construction sector, because the level of buildings which these rulers were making, every day and every month there would be some work for sure in the construction sector. As a mason, Raj Mistri as it is called, or a construction worker, better than what they were doing previously. And second would be the fact that with the coming of the Delhi Sultanate, the most important concept would be textile. Because before Delhi Sultanate, there is a concept that you have dhoti, you have sari, but there's no stitching. Not a lot of stitching is there. Stitching is something which is this this cloth we wear, how we use a stitch. Weaving is something which is very specific to the Delhi Sultanate, and stitch clothes become very common. So a need for a weaver will become very, very high, because now the king doesn't care if the weaver has, weaver's varna is what? because previously it was that the king cannot wear something which has been touched by this and that, untouchability is prevailing, this and that. Now the textile sector is more open. So with the two major sectors rising, there's a lot of opportunities for the lower varnas to take these opportunities. So there will be upward mobility for Shudras because they will start to enter into these sectors which were previously not open to them. At the same point of time, the Sultanate Sultans were very clear about agriculture. And that is why they were very keen on irrigation. And in that context, there is agrarian expansion through irrigation quite a lot. But what is more important for the economy is that the Delhi Sultanate allowed for the Indian economy, the Delhi, these whole areas to become cosmopolitan. Cosmopolitan means vibrant culture. So basically, because the Mongols started to run around in the Central Asian sector, the scholars of Central Asia found refuge in the Delhi Sultanate. And that is why Delhi, in and around this Agra, this whole northern sector, will have an influx of multiple scholars and new cultures. Irani, Turani, Afghan, this, that. Because Islam is against siege and is threatened by Mongol because Mongol is not a Muslim ruler. So Genghis Khan is a problem for everybody. And because these sultans were developing new cities, Tughlaqabad, Firozabad, Firozshah Kotla, Siri, Mehrauli, there's a lot of urbanization also. There's a lot of urbanization also. So economically, there's a boost. But more importantly, the grip of the Indian society is open. Sufi saints not here. Sufi saints uh, will become more popular just before the Mongol threat, not after. So it is believed that Muhyiddin Chishti came with Ghazni. So that is 1030. It was when he was traveling around, he came. Not with him, but that same period. But Sufi saints, Sufism existed in Central Asia in a separate form. The migration of Muhyiddin Chishti is not specifically for because of the Mongol threat. Now, if we talk about society, and one more thing, Mamluk, Khilji, Tughlaqs are Muslim dynasty. Yes. Good morning. Now, amongst these Delhi Sultanate Sultans, there's also a moment that a lot of important cities emerged. And with textile becoming important, Gujarat Cambay became the center of gold and silver work. Sonargaon in Bengal will become famous for raw silk and cotton cloth. And throughout India, we will have carpet work, metal work, leather work, woodwork, stone cutting, furniture to now become more common. Leather work itself is something which is very specific to the medieval period, because before that, leather work was something which was very, very, very limited. So most of the handicrafts which you see today have their origin in the Delhi Sultanate period. Because the Delhi Sultanate, in that regard, allowed that to be fostered. However, if I assess the society at this point of time, there is both regression and progression, both. Because for the lower varnas, there is social mobility also, because when they can become masons and they can become weavers, their position becomes better because they have better economic opportunity. But the cosmopolitanism of two cultures was not very good for women, because women became the victim of more and more control, and both cultures learned from each other. For example, parda and social exclusion of women is something which is in there in Islam, and the concept of veiling in Hinduism is going to start from here. And basically, because women were seen as civilizational or religious indicators of society, women's access to public sphere became very, very problematic. So now, I don't know, maybe I there are societies in which today in India also, you will see women will be speaking from the across the room itself. They will not show the face. They will never come in front of anybody. They will speak from very far away. What they will do is that basically women have to be a little bit separated from the men. Or even when there's a stranger who comes, you will stand inside the room behind something and then speak. That type of controlling of public space and private space, when women can't go around in the public space freely, is something which comes through these two religions now rising against each other. So there is what we call as crystallization of Brahmanical society. Brahmanical society, Hindu society becomes even more rigid because they have to now control women. At the same point of time, the access to education, the access to the public sphere goes away. So you will get early marriages. The patriarchal position remains the same. So women did not gain quite a lot out of the Delhi Sultanate or the medieval period. Rather, there's further crystallization, which will only break by the time we go to the colonial period. So the point is that with these issues of cultural interaction, women are controlled so that the cultural interaction is limited as much as possible. So we have discussed ICTA economy society. Does anybody have any issue in that? No issue? Now I'll give you a break here because market reform is very big, and then it will become too long. For it will go on till most probably 8:15. So what I want is I'm going to give you a break here, and then we will do market reforms and the concept of the the four experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and we'll close Delhi Sultanate and move to Vijayanagara Bahmani. Done? Okay. So we come back at 7:25. When we do that, I'm 7:26. When we come back, we take this story forward. Right? There is something that was good for me. Yeah, wait, see, you can say that. Sure, why not? Okay. Welcome back. Can we start again? Market reforms. Okay. Shubham, who told you that? Who told you that? Okay. Now, Alauddin Khilji, much like his predecessors, had a problem. That problem is called what? What is that problem called? Which Alauddin Khilji has? Very good. The Mongol threat. And for him, Abdullah was the one who was a constant source of threat from northwest. Now, in this context, Alauddin Khilji wanted to negate any delay in military action, and for that he wants a large standing army. He wants large standing army. He can't wait for his Iqtidas to send the army. Abdullah will start. Abdullah will be the beginning. Yes, Dawa Khan and Kutluk Khwaja. Kutluk Khwaja are contemporaries, but the issue starts with his uncle only. Kutluk Khwaja, Abdullah, Dawa Khan, Kutluk Khwaja together are the issue for him. Northwestern sector, northwest Rajasthan sector. So he wants a large standing army so that there's no delay. Cannot rely on mobilization of sources. Mobilization of resources. So the context for the market reforms come from the large standing army, because what is the issue of having, for example, 1 to 2 lakh army just waiting to fight? What is the issue with it? If you have a lakh or 2 lakh men waiting for fighting, the biggest issue is salaries and cost. Okay, salaries and cost. But the biggest would be salaries. So we have established that it is the Mongol threat which is the reason. We've also established that the biggest issue for him is salaries and cost. And now there are two ways in which Alauddin Khilji can solve the issue of salaries. In a city like Delhi, if it is in Delhi, the army sitting in Delhi, cost of living is high. Either he gives them a salary, which is based on the prevailing prices and cost of living, and therefore give them a high salary. But the problem with this is that this is a burden on the treasury. Burden on treasury. If he gives them a proper salary, he has one burden, which is burden on treasury. The second option is give them minimum possible salary. Minimum possible salary. Possible salary. But make that salary relevant or keep purchasing power intact. Purchasing power intact via interventions in market. In market. And this is the task or the concept which is called Alauddin Khilji market reforms. So do you understand what problem Alauddin Khilji is trying to solve? Which is that he does not want to give them a very big salary. So in one scenario, he gives them 500 tanka as salary because the costs are very high. But he wants to only give them 300 tanka. But the person should not suffer with a very low salary vis-a-vis purchasing power. So maybe he, in economic terms, he wants to give them a nominally low salary, but real income should high. Their nominal income will be low, but real income will be high. This is basically that position. Nominal income is low, but the real income is high. And here, nominal is high, but real is low. Because though he's giving them very big salaries, but the cost of living is very high. So here he wants to give them 300 tanka. Here he wants to give them 500 tanka. But within that 300 tanka, he should be able to manage food, shelter, rent, and basic living. And also save something. That is not possible in this 500 tanka. Because if he gives them 500 tanka, with the level of cost of living, savings will be the lowest. So, do we understand Alauddin Khilji's rationale behind what he's going to do? Is the rationale clear? Everybody, come on, tell me, because you would have to know this to understand what he's trying to do. But more money, more saving, right? काश इतना simple होता. That is not true. More money equals to more saving only if the cost of living is low. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. It's not inflation. Do you understand the difference between nominal and real income? First, tell me this. Okay, so then simple point is that if I get 1 lakh and my rent is 50,000, food is 10,000, and if I'm in a metropolitan city, I will burn more in my cost of living. So though my nominally income vis-a-vis a person who's getting 50,000 is more, Or for example, I get 10,000 rupees in India and I get $10,000 in America. Nominally, I am getting more in America, which is $10,000. But the cost of living in America is very expensive. And in 10,000 rupees, you may be able to buy more things in India. Okay. Now, I'm not talking about current price inflation, economists. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about basic concept of nominal and real income. You are going into economic terminologies. I'm not discussing that. I'm simple, straightforward discussing real income, nominal income as a concept, pure concept, not inflation adjusted. Okay. Now, on this note, I have to say something to all of you. And what I have to say to all of you is, Turks belong to which religion before entering? They have the Shoaib issue is totally different. They have their own pagan religion. Turks have no specific religion. Pagan religion means their own god. Now, what I have to say to all of you is very straightforward. Simple. See, I know that all of you are very good at economics. I know it. I can vouch for it. And you all are in line to become the next RBI governor. So I know that you understand economics very, very well. Very, very well. Nothing better. The nation is in good hands when it comes to economics. No less than Manmohan Singh. But I want you to take out that economist and for 1 second keep that person aside. Because what you will start to do is you will start to apply Keynesian modern economics on Alauddin Khilji and medieval India, and that is not going to work. So don't give me these terms such as, for example, sir, inflationary issue, it will lead to deflation. What about market distortion? What about this? What about that? I know you understand it. Ekdam 110% you're saying the right thing. But unfortunately, the examination for the RBI governor does not include medieval economics. So this is not a democratic system. It is not laissez-faire politics or laissez-faire system, free trade or free economy. And none of the things which you know about as economics would apply here. Is there market distortion? Obviously, there is market distortion. That is what Alauddin Khilji is trying to do. Will there be a cascading effect of anything? No, because Alauddin Khilji controls everything. Is it a just system? No, it isn't. He doesn't care about that. He only cares about his large standing army. So understand one point is that if you will start to apply modern economics, it will distort your understanding and your vision generally. So if the next 15-20 minutes you can keep that person away from yourself, a little bit control over that person, I will tell you what then is market reforms. Because whatever you will say will be true, but will not be true also. Okay, now Alauddin Khilji has to control 3 areas. Has to control prices. So now he has to control 3 sectors. If he can control these 3 areas, then he can control prices. The first one would be the producer, which is peasant. The second one would be the transporter or supplier, who are Banjaras. And the third one would be the market or the retailer. which would be the shopkeepers in Delhi. Only when he controls the movement of goods and commodities and their prices can he control final cost. Final price can only be controlled by him if he controls these three. Vanchika, you're saying no. Banjara does not mean tribal people. It means the people who move around, nomadic people. I don't know why you said no. Maybe you wanted to write yes. But if you control the producer cost, supply, and the market, then you control price. Now, Alauddin Khilji starts at the grassroots level. Again, no sir. Why are you writing no sir? I'm asking you nothing. I'm just saying these three are the factors which control price. If you're writing no sir, you need to substantiate what you're trying to say, but I know what is going to come after that. So I don't know why you're saying no, a lot of you or some of you have to substantiate. Now let's talk about how he's going to control the three sectors. Because by controlling either, he cannot create a very low price market. He has to create a cascading effect in which at the grassroots level itself, he controls the market. So the first thing which Alauddin Khilji did was he acquired the grains, raw material, and commodities at the lowest possible price from the producer. So if grain price may be, for example, 10 tanka per kg, he will pick it up at 3 tanka or 4 tanka. So he is picking up the food grain at the lowest price possible. Is this a good thing? No. Is it good for the peasant? No. Is it a just system? No. He's Alauddin Khilji. And he is giving the peasant the same access to the market in Delhi for which the producer is producing also. So he's picked up at the lowest price possible at the producer level. Now, if the supplier hoards, or constrains the supply, it would lead to price going up, because supply chain bottleneck has been created and demand is going up, supply isn't there. So even if you pick up at a very low cost, if you don't control the supply, it could lead to a moment in which you could be in a situation that price will increase even when the cost of raw material is very low. That is called supply chain bottleneck. Now what he is doing is that these banjaras, these are basically nomadic traders. They move from one place to other. But in our context, they move between the countryside and the urban sector. So in order to make sure that the Banjaras don't hoard on grains or raw material, every Banjara is registered, and if the Banjara does not supply, there is punishment. More than that, in certain cases and in several cases, if a Banjara is being sent from Delhi to, for example, Agra to get grains, his family would remain in custody of the state. That if this Banjara does not come back, then you know what is going to happen to the family. So again, is it just? No. Is it a good thing? No. Is it a moral thing to do? No. Is it ethical? No. But again, he is Alauddin Khilji, he can do anything. So he is creating moral persuasion. Along with that, he has registered every Banjara that nobody runs away with the food grains. And if, for example, at 3 tanka it has been bought, by the time you give the commission to the Banjara, it becomes 4 tanka. Commission of Banjara. Now, when it is reaching at 4 tanka. But still, the task has not been completed. Because market control is equally important. But before I do that, first 2 things clear. Control of supplier, control of producer. Yes? Now, when it came to the market, Alauddin Khilji was again very smart. At the market level, he created 3 markets. These are called mandis. One is food grain and basic living commodities. So from the grains to the needle, everything you will find it. Every grocery store. This is your supermarket. Everything you will find here. Then you have one market for cloth market, and the other one is slave and animal market. Slave and animal market. And each of these markets were under an officer who's called Shehnai Mandi. Shehnai Mandi, he is responsible to check the prices of the goods sold and do they match the central state price. Basically, the Sultan will decide in each market, for each market, a central state given price list was produced and circulated. And if the shopkeeper is not selling at state determined price, then it would lead to shopkeeper license to work in mandi to be terminated. And over and above this system, he also has something called the barids. Barids again operate the spies who operate in these markets to pose as customers. So basically, barids would say, act like customers, go and try to convince the shopkeeper to sell at a different price. So it's a trap. So with this, he fixed every commodity's price, checked if the people are selling it at that price, and made sure that nobody was cheating the system. This is the system called the market reforms of Alauddin Khilji. Via this, he gave them the least possible salary at the most relevant level. If the cost of living in Delhi is less, huge influx of people. Sure, Alauddin Khilji is not stopping you from doing that. Barid, spies who operate in the market for to pose as, I'll write it in different color. Wait. Operate. Okay. Despite so much control, why Alauddin Khilji reign was decentralized? Who told you that? किसने बोला है? Who said that Alauddin Khilji's reign is decentralized? So there were these markets also accessible to non-military personnel and families. Yes, yes. It's accessible to these markets for everyone. Why don't Sultan punish Barids? You are technically asking, why does not the government of India punish the raw? The Barids have been asked to do what they're doing. This is the reason why peasants had side income as weavers, which reduced market price. Sneha, you are mixing modern India with medieval India. Don't do that. Delhi Sultanate is not fragmented. Delhi Sultanate is controlled through a centralized, decentralized system. They have a very efficient system of Ikta to control everything. And this is only for Delhi and the areas around it, not for everywhere. Now, in the exam, will you be able to answer any statement-based questions if it comes from market reforms? How peasants will survive? That is not Alauddin Khilji's problem. Why did he provide discounted rates for everyone at the cost of peasant income rather than opening such markets specifically for only army only? Now again, your 2023 notions of freedom and constitutionalism is coming out. You really think Alauddin Khilji cares that he's taking away from the peasant and giving it to the army personnel? You really think? You really think? And if you are so concerned about the farmer, our farmers are committing suicides. Farmers' income is low. What are you doing it about right now? क्या कर रहे हो? Farmers in India are suffering. Literally. Literally. Have we done anything about that? So farmers suffer. That is unfortunate truth of how state policies run. So we can have multiple schemes, but Alauddin Khilji is not. He's not that he's taking it for free, but it's not about justifying the system. He doesn't care. For him, having a standing army is more important, and that is the most important thing for the Mongol threat. Is Ikta system not applicable in whole territory? No, Ikta, again, you are going back to the basics. Kharaj area, there is no Ikta. There could be capital punishment also. There is no specified punishment. Termination, cutting, killing, throwing, anything can happen. Why is it doing like this? Because of this. Because if he does not have a big standing army, he cannot challenge or stop Dawa Khan and Kutluk Khwaja from entering India. So having a standing army is Alauddin Khilji's very important pet project, because that allows him to then have one army always ready to fight the Mongols at any given time. If this is clear, I would like to go to Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Can I? Yes, no, I have to say something. Can I go to Muhammad bin Tughlaq? Okay. I'll read this out to you also. Mongol threat, series of reforms he brought in after Chittor campaign. 3 markets, 1 market for food grains, costly cloth, and horse, slaves, and cattle. Each market was under a high officer called Shehnai Mandi. Spies called Barids acted as oversight. He declared the land revenue between the Doab region as Kharaj, that we already know. He started to expand state income. Land revenue was raised to half of produce. Peasants were forced to sell their food grain at the lowest price possible to Banjaras, who were to carry them to towns and to sell them at fixed price to the state. To ensure there was no hoarding, all the Banjaras were registered and their agents and families were held collectively responsible for any violations. Now comes our very good friend, name to Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Now, for that I need the map. 1 second. Okay. Now we are discussing the 4 experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. It's a way of saying, it's a sarcastic way of saying very good friend. He's not my friend. Okay. Delhi Sultanate. One ruler who basically destroyed the empire before his brother or his successors could was Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Between 1328 and 1330, from 1326 itself, 4 actions will basically destroy the Delhi Sultanate, one after the other. One after the other. Together, they are called what we call as the Delhi Sultanate experiments, or but famously known as the 4 experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. And each one was devastating in its own right. Now, though we put them in sequence 27, 28, 29, 30, all were conceived between 13, 26, 27, 28 only. It was his father who defeated the Khiljis, not him. So let's discuss the first experiment. Looking at this map, is Delhi the center of the empire? Is Delhi the center of the empire? No, it isn't. That's what Muhammad bin Tughlaq also said. Delhi is not the center of the empire. I don't like that. But what was the reason for having Delhi as the power center? What was the reason for Delhi being the power center? It is extremely close but equally far away from this sector. This is the most problematic area for the empire. The Mongol threat comes from this area, northwestern sector. So it is equally close to the Punjab sector, equally far away, and it is equally close to the Yamuna and Ganga river and the Kharaj areas. This is the whole belt of Kharaj. All of what I have marked here is mostly Kharaj. Kharaj area used to be the most fertile land which the state had. This is the Kharaj. And it is closer because of the Mongol threat. So the rulers before him were not dumb that they were sitting in Delhi. But in 1327, from 1326 itself, Muhammad bin Tughlaq said, no, Delhi is not doing justice to the empire. I want to rule from the center, equidistant to every point. So his first experiment is called the shift of capital to Daulatabad, a city called Devgiri on the river Godavari. The first experiment was that he shifted the capital from Delhi to Daulatabad. Now, this is the point where we are. Now, shifting to Daulatabad is on paper very easy. But 3 things happened which made sure that Muhammad bin Tughlaq never ever sat in one place. Firstly, he asked everybody in Delhi to go to Daulatabad. And obviously that was never going to happen. But he coerced people, he forced people to move from Delhi to Daulatabad in the summer season of the Indian subcontinent. And if 50,000 people left from Delhi, only 30,000 people reached Daulatabad, because most of them died on their way itself. Thereafter, who reached Devgiri or Daulatabad now started to miss Delhi. But that is okay, fine, not issues, homesick. But the biggest issue is that Muhammad bin Tughlaq did not have a very stable empire. When he asked for half of the produce, people were not ready to give it to him. So what happens for 1 year is that Muhammad bin Tughlaq never sat in one place. When he was in Delhi, something would happen in Daulatabad and he would go to Daulatabad. When he was in Daulatabad, something again would happen in Delhi northwestern sector, he would move to Delhi. And for 1 year, he did only Delhi, Delhi, Daulatabad, Delhi, Daulatabad. There's a proverbial saying in North India, for a person who travels too much, क्या है, Delhi to Daulatabad कर रहा है? That proverbial says come from Muhammad bin Tughlaq's experiment. That for 1 year, he will do this. Move out, move in, move out, move in. Keep on oscillating between north and south. A decade. And in the end, after he realized that it was not going to work, and Tamr start entering India and taking certain parts of northwestern sector Punjab, the only Mongol to enter into India, he failed and cancelled it. Now you can cancel something on paper, but for 1 year, what did he actually do? For 1 year, in creating a new capital and then cancelling it, what did he do to the economy? He's wasted money. He's wasted money because the new capital was created. Money would have spent there also. And from the movement between Delhi to Daulatabad, everything needs money. People have died. Money has been spent. The imperial treasury is now under stress. So the first experiment doesn't work. Now comes the second experiment. Any issue in first experiment? No? Now let's talk about the second experiment. Now, for that I need this. Again, I want the economists in you who are sitting on the side, bring that person inside you back. So RBI governors, please listen to me. This is a 100 rupee note. But is this paper worth 100 rupees? No. This is called token currency or fiat currency. Basically, the value of this paper is this: I promise the bearer to a bearer the sum of 100 rupees. It is the signature of the governor which is actually worth 100 rupees and not the paper itself. Now, basically, this is called fiat currency, wherein the currency itself has no intrinsic value. The currency itself has no intrinsic value. This is a piece of paper. If the governor says that it is useless, it is useless. However, when you have a gold and silver coin, is it fiat currency? Is it fiat currency? No. Because gold and silver, the value of that currency is intrinsic to the metal which has been used. So if it is a gold coin, it is expensive because it is made out of gold, and it is a silver coin because it is made out of silver. So there's something called tokenized currency, and there's something called currency which has intrinsic value to itself. Now, in the 1300, this 14th century period, even the value lower than gold metal can, yes, yes, copper was used. Now pay attention, pay attention. Now I understand that you understand token currency and tokenization and intrinsic value. 14th century, across the world, there's a worldwide shortage of silver. It's not that silver was not available, it's just that the silver supply have went down because the mines which were being used were now reaching their highest point. So new silver will be found in 15th century, but worldwide there is a limited supply of silver at this point of time. So the resource was getting exhausted, and as it is, all of the silver was in supply. So you have two coins in the Delhi Sultanate. One is called the Tanka, which is a silver coin, and the other one is called Jittal. It's a copper coin. Now the problem is that the price of Tanka is going up. So if in 1200 or rather in 1250, if one Tanka was equal to 8 copper coins or Jittal, now by 1320, one Tanka was becoming close to 16 to 18 Jittal. So basically, the price of or the value of Tanka is becoming extremely high. This is for example. For example, you have to give more copper coins for one silver coin. Appreciation, yes. Now, Muhammad bin Tughlaq has a problem. Silver is low, copper is there. He needs to make sure that money supply does not go down. So Muhammad bin Tughlaq even if you mix copper and silver, where do you get the silver from? That's called potin. That is also available, but makes no sense. Muhammad bin Tughlaq solution for this issue was something which nobody understood at that point of time and is extremely modern to his own period, which is to have a token currency for Tanka. So basically, what Tughlaq has done, he has now 3 coins. One coin is nothing but the old Tanka. The old coin Jittal is also there. But now he introduces a new coin, which is a bronze coin. And this one bronze coin was equal to 1 Tanka. Both of them are silver coins. And this is a copper coin. Are you understanding the tokenization of currency here? Is the intrinsic value of the bronze coin linked to silver? Or is the intrinsic value of bronze equal to one silver coin? No. So basically, this is the token currency. This is the token currency. Bronze is not silver, but bronze has been given the position of silver. The position of silver. This is called the token currency of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. But three issues emerge. But before I discuss issues with you, is this an ingenious and smart way to tackle this issue? It is. For his own time, it is. Think of it that nobody else was talking about paper currency or tokenization. It's a good solution if you can implement it properly. Because copper supply is high and the alloy of copper can be used as silver. It's just that you have to make sure that the implementation is correct. This is the solution which we have today. If you are saying no, sir, then you don't like paper currency. No, sir, the value of bronze is equal to the value of silver. But if you don't have silver in the economy, then isn't it a better way of tackling it? Rather than finding more silver, he is tokenizing the value of currency of silver to a bronze coin. It's all a made-up system. Currency is a made-up system. Because I said that a bronze coin is equal to silver, then what is the issue? That way, then you don't like the 100 rupee note. Because that is also tokenization. That note itself is paper. We can give, given we have a fixed exchange rate. Again, that RBI governor is coming out. How will exchange rates come here? There are no nation states. So you are now complicating it through your understanding of modern economics. But did I talk about exchange rates? This is a ingenious solution. Solution wise, it's actually very good. But the problem is the implementation. Three issues will emerge. First thing is going to be the issue of fake currency. As soon as people got to know that bronze is equal to silver, they melted their copper coins, added the tin and nickel, and made bronze. In a way, every household had the raw material for bronze. And every bronze object which was there in the Indian society was now being melted. And the biggest issue was that Muhammad bin Tughlaq did not have a good minting technique. So basically, if I make that coin and Muhammad bin Tughlaq makes the coin, there's no real difference. There's no real difference. We in India are very, very good at doing counterfeit things. When it comes to these things, we are very good. We were making near identical coins of bronze. So you are now basically printing 2000 rupee notes at your own home. The imperial seal may be there, but our blacksmiths were so smart that they mimicked the imperial seal. But when it comes to these things, corruption, we are very good. We came up with, if we can come up with stamp papers which were looking exactly like stamp papers of the government of India, this is still only a metal piece. So basically every bronze and copper object was melted, and in certain cases we were making, households were making better copper coins and bronze coins than the state itself. But if this happens, it automatically creates the second issue, which is shortage of copper. Because now every copper object is being melted and converted into currency. So now the problem is going to be that Jittal is going to become, Jittal supply falls. So if everybody in the economy has 2000 rupee note and nobody has a 500 rupee note, then what will you do with that 2000 rupee note? There is so much shortage that now Jittal price, copper price starts to go up. And based on these two issues, Muhammad bin Tughlaq had no other option but to withdraw the coin, which is to demonetize. But the next major issue came when he withdrew the coin. For he had issued 1 lakh bronze coin. But when it came to withdrawal, he would obviously give the people back in silver. So when it came to demonetization, 1 lakh bronze coins were issued by him, and now there are 5 lakh coins which have come back to the state. And ironically, 4 lakh counterfeit coins are there, but Muhammad bin Tughlaq is not able to make out which is the real coin, which is not the real coin. So he will now issue 5 lakh silver coins. When the government of India said that your 100 rupee and 500 is useless, or 200, 2500 is useless, you went to the bank and changed it. That was the responsibility of the state. But if the state had only circulated 500 crores and came 1000 crores back, and they're not able to make out which is true or not, or which is the real currency, then the state has a problem. And if he is going to now issue 5 lakh silver coins, that is already in shortage. And silver will also go up. So he's basically ruined the economy. Because at one point of time, copper was very expensive. Silver is already very expensive. Introduces bronze coin, and copper also goes up, silver also goes up. So he's added to the shortage and drained the imperial treasury itself. So though the token currency is a good concept, the problem is that its implementation was very problematic. Should have discontinued Tanka and Jittal and exchanged it for bronze coins. Unfortunately, you were not there as the Wazir-e-Azam to tell him that. But the point is that that would also not work. That would also not work. Because if you discontinue Tanka fully, then you're removing all silver from supply. And you're fully tokenizing the currency. Then the value of silver would have fallen beyond exception because bronze is equal to silver. And then copper shortage and copper prices, what will you do about that? So first issue is fake currency. Second is copper prices start to go up. Once he discontinues the coin, people give him counterfeit currency and says, "Ab do paisa." I had this. Mothers took out thousands of bronze coins saying that this is the silver coin which we have, like it happened in demonetization, where the women of the family took out lakhs of rupees which they were holding for multiple years, giving it to the husband and saying, or to the father saying that now go and change it. So now what? This is also what going to happen. He said, Muhammad bin Tughlaq stopped the bronze coin. They said, okay, now go and give it to Muhammad bin Tughlaq and take the silver coin. But silver is already in shortage. That was the reason why he brought in bronze. Now he's giving them, taking counterfeit currency and giving them silver back. Then they should have used iron issues or iron coins. Satya Prasad, even better. Even better. Use iron coins. You should have been Wazir-e-Azam. Iron is even more readily available metal. People would have melted buildings to make this. See, to be very honest, you know human tendency. If I today tell you that every A4 sheet which you have in your house is 100 rupee, you would go and rob your neighbor's house to get A4 sheet. So the problem was not in Muhammad bin Tughlaq this time. It was the oversmart people of India at this point of time who basically destroyed this project. So is this clear? Muhammad bin Tughlaq experiment. Second experiment again failed. Perfect. Now in 1329, 1327 he does that, 1328 he does that, though all have been conceptualized in the initial period itself. That is why if you have my book, you will see that the time period I have given for them is the same, because all were conceptualized together, later applied in different years, given in chronological order. But for the purpose of the UPSC, you never know what it happens. You remember in sequence only. Did he give silver coins? Yes, he gave silver coins. Second experiment is silver shortage, bronze coin equals to silver, bronze counterfeiting, in turn leads to destruction of economy. That is the simple point. Now in 1329, Muhammad bin Tughlaq wakes up in the morning. After Tamrashini had already destroyed certain parts of India in the northern sector, now Muhammad bin Tughlaq wakes up and says, we need to capture Khurasan. Khurasan is a place. He wakes up one day and says, we need to capture Khurasan. Khurasan is a strategic location. If we control it, Mongols cannot come into India. Everybody said after two different problems, maybe our emperor is making sense. So his general said, sir, what do you want? He said, let's do one thing. Let's have a 3 lakh army to be raised to attack Khurasan and take it away from the Mongols. Now, the first mistake which this person is doing is he did not do anything for price control. Rather, he said, give them good salaries. He said Alauddin Khilji was dumb. Let's do one thing. Let's give them a good salary. What's the point of controlling this countryside? This 3 lakh army should be fed well. They have to fight in Khurasan. Tughlaqs also had a big army, very big army, but fragmented army is something which they don't want. All of them have a big army. So now when the 3 lakh army was raised, so his general goes in February and says to him, we are ready, sir. Khurasan, we can move right now, we can capture. So Muhammad bin Tughlaq said, आज ठंड थोड़ी ज्यादा है. It's a little bit cold today. Maybe next month. Maybe next month. Next month his general said, sir, Khurasan. He said, it's transitionary weather. बीमार पड़ जाएंगे. Let's go in next month. So he goes to him in June. गर्मी ज्यादा है, let it rain a little bit. So he goes to him in July, August. He says, Sir, Khurasan, 3 lakh army is waiting, already feeding this army a very handsome salary for the past 6 months. He says, Barish zyada ho rahi hai, too much water. How will we cross the Indus River? Let's do it in the next month. Next month. And in December of 1329, after paying this army a salary for 1 year, in 1329 December, his general says, Sir, Khurasan. He said, Kya hai Khurasan? What Khurasan? Sir, we have to attack it. Bola, Kisne bola? Who told you? You only said. Bola, nahi. Not Kya Khurasan? What Mongol? He disbanded the army. He said, nahi jana. So he fed an army for 1 year and then disbanded the army, saying that no, Khurasan is perfect now. No issues to capture Khurasan. And basically, this is the Khurasan expedition of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Third experiment. Then in 1330, January, he again wakes up and says, the Chinese are coming. There's a place called Karachil in the Kumaon hills of Uttarakhand. And he said that there's a good horse trade which is happening there, but the Chinese are coming from that area. It is not geographically possible for the Chinese to come from that area because the Himalayan mountains will never allow them to go down that slope itself. But he says, no. Karachil, there is something up. He says, send an army there. He said, okay. He sends 50,000 men. But whilst packing their bags, Muhammad bin Tughlaq forgot one thing. That Karachil is in the hills. These 50,000 men were sent without any winter gear. After sitting there for 7 months, with no Chinese obviously coming and no horse trade, only 10,000 men returned back. 40,000 having died of hunger or winters. This was the last major experiment through which Muhammad bin Tughlaq wasted the military power and the money of the empire. And together, these are called the 4 experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Transfer capital, token currency, forged Khurasan expedition, Karachil expedition. And these were enough to destabilize the empire so much that when his successor, Firoz Shah Tughlaq, comes in, the treasury was already drained. So one was dumb, the second one was genius, the other 2 were again dumbness. Karachil is in Kumaon Hills, as it says. Kumaon Hills, Karachil is a place there. Now, if the 4 experiments of Muhammad bin Tughlaq are done, our Delhi Sultanate is done, I want to give you a breather and then start Vijayanagara Bahmani. Karachil expedition, go and fight the Chinese, hold Karachil, control the horse trade. No horse trade, no Chinese, wasted the army personnel. Now, this is a very interesting, what we call as table which is given in the NCERT. And this tells you the difference between administration, or how basically a administrator matters, in the sense that both Alauddin Khilji and Muhammad bin Tughlaq has the same problem. They both were attacked by the Mongols. Both constructed their own cities, Siri and Tughlaqabad and Adilabad. Both wanted big armies, but one did market reform and the other did not do market reform. And therefore, both have different types of results. One is considered the most powerful king of the Delhi Sultanate, and the other one the most foolish one. Why am I telling you this? Because this is an ethics question, wherein how with the same resources, same set of skills, an administrator can change the direction of a district or of any form of administrative machinery. This means that leaders matter. Leaders matter. This is 12th class part 2. Leaders matter. So please understand this point, that when it comes to certain types of administrative decisions, a small decision can be very important. A small decision could be very important. So we have discussed Delhi Sultanate. Under Delhi Sultanate, there is three parts which are there. One is called the concept of advent of Turks. You can get one set of questions from there. The second set of questions can come from the concept of political history. Who started Irta? What is Chehelgani? Under whom it went down? And then there is a whole set which is Ikta, market reforms, experiment, and the administration. This is the most fertile area, but UPSC started to ask questions from here also. And Mongols. If these four areas are clear, we can then start Vijayanagara Bahmani. I can introduce it to you, at least. Yes, everybody. Okay, Delhi Sultanate as a chapter is over, and we move to the third module, which is Vijayanagara Bahmani. Small module, but interesting. Here, there is again political history, and you already know my attitude towards political history. What is more important is here is called the Nayankara system. And thereafter, Bahmani is there and their political history. Okay. Perfect. Great. So I will see you at 8:51, and last 40 minutes will go on. Okay, welcome back. It's called Bahamani, not Mahamane. Bahamani, Bahamani. That's okay, Sri. Satish Chandra is not mandatory, but if you want to revise quickly, you can go through that book. Okay. Now, Satish Chandra, one chapter, class 12th, part 2, Vijayanagara. It's a good chapter, this one. Theme 11, theme 7 is actually a good chapter, which is NCRT 12th, part 2. Now, module number 3, we have to discuss two things, which is Vijayanagara and Bahamani. Now, whilst Muhammad bin Tughlaq was playing this game in North India, in Delhi Sultanate, his destabilization of the Delhi Sultanate will give birth to two states in Deccan India or Peninsular India. The biggest misnomer bit about Vijayanagara and Bahamani is that Vijayanagara Bahamani came after the Delhi Sultanate. No. They existed with the Delhi Sultanate after 1336. In 1336, there emerged the Vijayanagara rulers, Haryara and Bukka, who were feudatories of the Kakatiyas, were operating in the southern sector, watchful eyes away from the Delhi Sultanate itself. They will capture power in Hampi in Vijayanagara sector and establish in 1336 their power. The Cholas had faded away slowly but surely. After that, as it is till Thanjavur, Alauddin Khilji had reached. And thereafter, once Alauddin Khilji went back, Muhammad bin Tughlaq started to destabilize the empire. That allowed older feudatories to come back to power, one of them being the Vijayanagara brothers, Haryara and Bukka. Until 1336, the first state is going to emerge in this Hampi sector, Vijayanagara Bellary sector. And a mistake which they will do is that rather than going northward, they will start to expand southward. And in Madurai, after Alauddin Khilji had gone back, there was a ruler called the Sultans of Madurai. This was a dynasty called the Sultans of Madurai, who used to rule this sector. And it will take Bahamani state specifically, it will take the Vijayanagara rulers and specifically Devaraya I and the earlier ones 40 years to defeat the Madurai Sultans. 4 decades. And what will happen is that by doing this, in 1347, a person called Firoz Shah Bahamani, no, the person called Hasan Gangu, Muhammad Shah Bahamani or Hasan Gangu was able to capture power in the Deccan sector. So by the time the Vijayanagara rulers looked up towards Deccan, Alauddin Hassan, also called Alauddin Hassan Gangu, Muhammad Hassan Gangu, but the name is Alauddin Hassan. Alauddin Hassan Gangu. Gangu. He was able to establish his empire. And now what happens is how the Chalukyas and the Pallavas fought. They will fight for this sector, which is the Raichur Dua. So it should be very, very clear to you that Vijayanagara and Bahamani started in between the Delhi Sultanate itself. They are not separate to Delhi Sultanate. Now there is one more very interesting peculiarity about Vijayanagara and Bahmani. Both, one is a Islamic state, Bahmani, and the other one is a Hindu state, which is Vijayanagara. So both were very religiously conscious also. That the Vijayanagara state that says we will only employ Hindu soldiers in our army. And Bahmani said that our administration should only be Muslim people. But the testimony, or these two states are testimony to the fact that if you are religiously conscious, you will never succeed as a ruler. Why? Because in the initial period, where you have Alauddin Hasan Gangu fighting with Harihara and Bukka, until Devraya won, who has been credited to make multiple aquifers, multiple canals in this sector, which came in the examination also, as I will show you, directly quoted out of the PPT itself. The question 2023 said that who developed an aqueduct in the Vijayanagara sector, and the name of that person is Devraya I was the one who basically was religiously conscious and did not employ any Muslim soldiers in his empire. And that is why he got a crushing defeat from Firoz Shah Bahmani, and a major war indemnity will be taken away from the Vijayanagara rulers. That is why when the successor of Devraya I will come, which is Devraya II, he will realize the mistake. And he will understand that we need to employ Muslim cavalrymen, these mounted archers and soldiers, to improve the quality of our own soldiers. Going beyond the tradition set up by his predecessors, he will start to employ Muslim cavalrymen, mounted archers into his army. And by the time we come to the, what we call as, there are three dynasties here, the Tullavas, Sullavas and the Sangamas. By the time we come to the Krishnadevaraya period, which is Tullava period, Vijayanagara was the most powerful state in the Deccan sector itself. The same will be true for Bahmanis. Before Firoz Shah Bahmani, all the officers were Muslim. However, Firoz Shah Bahmani realized that one of the most important successors of Alauddin Hasan, that if I don't employ in the revenue department the Deccani Brahmins, there was a lot of issues in his revenue administration. So he will start to employ Brahmins, the Deccani Brahmins, into his revenue administration, and his revenue will basically get streamlined. This is again testimony to the fact that as a public servant, the secondary identity of somebody should be immaterial. Their skill should be more important. And in that sense, both Vijayanagara and Bahmani, only when they transcended their religious understanding, that they actually succeed as an empire. Are you understanding this point? Because then I will go into the basics of political history of the Vijayanagara. Yes? Okay. Now, it were true brothers, Harihara and Bukka, who established the empire in 1336. They will defeat the other smaller rulers, the Gajapatis, the others who are operating in the Deccan in that regard. Raichudwar will remain with the Vijayanagara Empire, but from time to time will go to the Bahmanis also. The rising power of the Vijayanagara Empire will lead them to clash with people in the north and the south. But the problem was that their rivalry with Sultans of Madurai will go on for 40 years, and that will in turn lead to them, the Bahmani rule, to come up in north, and basically Vijayanagara was stuck. They could not go north. South, they had already reached their expanse. The same is true for Bahmani. Bahmani cannot go upwards of that point because Delhi Sultan is too strong after that point. Cholas had already, very simply, by 1200, 1220, 2040, they had phased out. Now, The most important rulers are Haryara Bukka, Devraya I, Devraya II, Veera Narasimha with Krishna Devraya. He is the most celebrated. And his brother Achyut Devraya, who's the next one. But they don't all come from the same family. They come from three families: Sangama, Sulva, Tulva, and Arividu. Arividu. Sa 2 or Sasan 2, if you want to remember, or Sansal 2, whatever you want to remember. Sansal 2 is better. Sangama, Sulva, Tulva, Arividu. Sangama, Sulva, Tulva, Arividu. Sansal 2R. This is the basic sequence. And out of these rulers, these till this point, they are Sangama. He is the only one which is Sulva. These are Tullavas. They are Tullavas. Now, how did the Vijayanagara state emerge through its economic context? So, the Vijayanagara rulers controlled most of the trade in this sector. And that is why this luxury trade and the local trade which was happening at this point of time, and the Kudrai Shettis, the horse merchants, and the horse trade was very, very important in this area. And that is what they used to control. From textile to precious stone to horse trade, Vijayanagara's economy was very good. Now, the establishment is under Haryana and Bukka. We read as feudatories of the Kakatiyas and the son of Sangama, that is why they're called Sangamas. We already know that it will take them 40 years, and only in 1377 that the Sultans of Madurai will be properly wiped out. And from Hampi and Vijayanagara near the Tungabhadra till Rameshwaram and till Kanyakumari, this whole area will now come under the Vijayanagara state, how the Cholas used to control it previously. Now, Devraya I was the successor of Haryana II, but his problem was that he had a renewed fight with the Bahmanis for the Tungabhadra Doab. But Firoz Shah Bahmani was too powerful at this point of time because he was employing all the Muslim archers and Muslim cavalrymen who were fleeing from the Delhi Sultanate. And that is why he took it. Thereafter, he is the one who constructed a dam on the Tungabhadra, multiple irrigation channels, and he is also the one who was able to develop a very good network of aqueducts. Aqueducts means pipes which used to take water. So they used to manipulate the terrain very well to collect water in certain areas and transfer it other places. Then, because Devraya I was defeated very badly, Devraya II will change his orientation, and he will be the one who will start to employ sturdier horses and mounted archers. He will employ 2,000 Muslim cavalrymen, gave them jagirs, and thereafter asked his Hindu soldiers to learn from them. After this point, the Vijayanagara state is going to become very powerful. This map I've given you for the purpose of the examination. Farishta is a traveler who will come. Travelers, I will tell you. This is a very important map because these areas can be asked in the examination and also were asked this year, wherein you need to know which are the important ports. This will help you in modern India also. Moslipatam, Kanchipuram, you have Trinuveli, Quilon, Kochi, Calicut, Cannanore. These are very, very important ports for your modern India, and all used to come under the Vijayanagara state itself. All used to come under Vijayanagara state. Chandragiri, the Chandragiri Farman given for the Madras sector. Gingi, Battle of Gingi. Thanjavur, the capital of Cholas. Madurai, till today, very important. The point is this I have given you for understanding from Warangal to Bidar to Golconda to Bijapur. Remember these also because this will help you later. It's a very, very important map. Try to look at it and try to learn it, because if you've done modern India, you will understand why am I taking these names. Thereafter, the next family is the Sulva family. The one who was a founder is no one was Sulva Narsimha. Then you have Tirumal Narsimha. But the most important, I will discuss what you mean by this Nayak. This word I will discuss with you tomorrow. This is a most important person because Imadi Narsimha was the one under whom Vasco da Gama came to Calicut, where his feudatory used to rule, which is the Zamorians. Zamorians were one of the feudatories of Imadi Narsimha. So Imadi Narsimha was sitting on the throne of Vijayanagara when in 1498 Vasco da Gama is going to reach Calicut. So you can see that initial Portuguese expansion happened under Imadi Narsimha. And Zamorians were the ones who used to control this sector, a Hindu ruler under the Imadi Narsimha rule itself. Thereafter, under the Tullavas, the most popular, the most powerful, known through his Tenali Raman stories, is Krishnadevaraya. He will rule between 1509 to 1529, 20 years of very stable rule. And under his rule, he will expand very quickly. And basically, Vijayanagara will swell up at the highest point. From the Raichur Doab to Odisha to parts of Bijapur, he took everything. Ironically, when Vijayanagara state starts to rise, Bahmani state starts to decline. And that is why Bahmani state is going to very quickly disintegrate. By 1492, it was disintegrating. By 1490, it was disintegrating. The Vijayanagara state will persist till 1600. But the story of the Bahmani rule is not like that. Once the Vijayanagara state becomes very powerful after for this under Imadi Narsimha, they will start to break up into these smaller sultanates, which are called Bijapur, Golconda, Berar, which I will discuss with you tomorrow again. He is known to have removed all useless taxes, but he used to always tax as per fertility. He used to always tax land tax as per fertility. And most important, he used to tax the artisans and handicrafts also. So basically, everything which they were producing in this area was taxed. Will bring in better land under cultivation, and he is also the one who has who got a lot of Portuguese and other travelers. Nunes, Barbosa, you have Pais, all will come and talk about the grandeur of the Vijayanagara Empire and their water management. A very important point you need to understand is there is a connection between the Portuguese and Krishnadevaraya. What is that? Yes, it is good to take tax on fertility basis, because if you don't have a good fertile land, why should you pay the tax as the fertile land? What is that connection? Yes, it is horse trade. If you remember, Ferrar Lewis was the one who used to sit in the court of Krishnadevaraya, and Alfonso de Albuquerque met Krishnadevaraya to say that don't take horses from the Arabs, take it from the Portuguese. So in a way, you can see how your modern India and medieval India has now started to intersect. There's an intersection of these two things right now, which is how modern India, because modern India is in between here only. Advent of Europeans is happening mostly under Vijayanagara state. And Vijayanagara and Bahmani were the ones who were there at this point of time. This is why now you always people ask me this question, that why was that it was so simple for advent of Europeans or Europeans basically expanding in India. It was easy because you can see Delhi Sultanate did not control these areas. So there was no centralized power or no Ikta system. The Vijayanagara state, as I will tell you tomorrow, is a properly decentralized state, which is called the Nayankara system. And Bahmanis will start to disintegrate after 1490. So what we see is a fragmented South India with Berar, Bijapur, Golconda and Ahmednagar, and Vijayanagara, which is already based on Nayankara, which is basically a very very, very decentralized model. So if you have done Modern India, have you done Modern India? Morning batch, I think you've done it first with me, then with Rohit sir. So I hope you are able to create this connection. You're able to create this connection. What I'm saying, I hope, is ringing a bell in your mind. The whole Vijayanagara, Bijapur, Alfonso de Albuquerque got go out of the Bijapur rollers 1510, but for that the precondition would be Bahmani rule will go away. So I hope this now becomes full circle, wherein you understand what is the whole of South India doing at this point of time. Now we'll not discuss Nayankara. We'll discuss Nayankara tomorrow because it's a interesting concept. I know, Palak, I know. We will rather talk about the Bahmanis. Now, as I said, the political history of Vijayanagara is this much is enough. If you really want to read on Krishnadevarayan, I'll give you a book on him. But for me, what matters is Nayankara, which I don't want to touch today. What I have discussed with you is two things, very straightforward two things. I have discussed with you the Devaraya 1, Devaraya 2, Krishnadevaraya, Imadi Narasimha, four names you remember, and what is their contribution. Imadi Narasimha sitting when Vasco da Gama comes. After that, Devaraya 1, the aqua shoots and the irrigation works. Devaraya 2, Muslim cavalrymen. Krishnadevaraya, taxation on fertility, and the concept of being the most powerful. Are we clear with regards to this? Are we clear with regards to this? Yes. Now, Bahmanis come up in 1347. 1347. It is believed that when Muhammad bin Tughlaq used to sit in the court of of Nizamuddin Aulia, in the Khanka of Nizamuddin Aulia, there was one more person who used to sit there. We'll do this tomorrow, the previous questions. Which I don't have Bahmanis. Okay. One second. In this PPT, there's no Bahmani. Let me then, without the PPT, tell you. Okay. Or rather, you'll do previous questions. Because I don't have Bahmanis. I did not think we'll reach till this point. Previous questions? Acha, previous question. Okay. So tomorrow we do Bahmanis. I could have done easily, but sure, why not? Okay. I think you can do this. Come on. This is 2022 question. With reference to Indian history, consider the following statements. So, Bahmani political history, Nayankara, and Babar Mughals tomorrow. Get my point? We'll start with Nayankara, we'll do political history of Bahmani, and then we will go into the first battle of Panipat, Babar, Ibrahim Lodi, Sayyids Lodis. Yes? Okay. This is the controversial question, which is, with reference to Indian history, consider the following statements. The first Mongol invasion of India happened during the reign of Jalaluddin Khilji. During the reign of Alauddin Khilji, one Mongol assault marched up to Delhi and besieged the city. Muhammad bin Tughlaq temporarily lost portions of northwestern kingdom to the Mongols. Now, there are two answers to this question. I want you to be in that ballpark figure in that regard. Come on. The answer revolves around two. Alauddin Khilji lost to the Mongols. The people who have answered two only. B. Alauddin Khilji lost to the Mongols. Then what was the whole point of market reforms? Now come the controversial element. See, Muhammad bin Tughlaq lost certain portions to the Mongols. Who was that Mongol? Who was that Mongol? Tamr Shirin. Very good. This is a correct statement. As it is coming out of elimination that this is a correct statement. Tamrasharin took northwestern sector. Now the problem is, how do you define first an invasion? See, first Mongol invasion happened at Jalaluddin Khilji. It is true. Because 1292, Abdullah was the first one to come. However, first Mongol invasion can be 1218 also, which is under Iltutmish. So now this question will either would have been dropped, or they will give either of these answers. Most probably it will be C, but D is also not incorrect. D is also not incorrect. And most probably it can be D. C is also not incorrect. So either way, that answer we have to see what UPSC goes with. Balban has nothing to do with. Malban is what we call as Halaku and the Ter Bahadur. Okay. This question, do you get it? These are the questions which are coming from in the examination. UPSC has now made it a point to ask questions out of Mongols. You will see now again. 1 second. Yes. It was during the reign of Iltutmish that Genghis Khan reached the Indus in pursuit of a fugitive Khwarizmi prince. It was during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq that Timur occupied Multan and crossed the Indus. It was during the reign of Devraya II of Vijayanagara Empire that Vasco da Gama reached the coast of Kerala. Now, this is again one statement, Timur, I have not taught you, but it doesn't really matter. UPSC does not provide answers. Only once the whole cycle is over, then they give you the key. So once the interviews for 2023 will be done, thereafter they will give you the key and what has been done, what has not been done. UPSC doesn't care if you get the answer or not. If your name is in the prelims and mains list, doesn't matter what you got or not. That is the way UPSC operates. 48% were listening to me. 27%, I understand what is the issue which you have. Iltutmish, what was the name of that fugitive Khwarizmi prince? What was the name of that fugitive Khwarizmi prince? Jalaluddin, very good. On fire, totally correct. Only two options are there, which has one. You know that the third statement is incorrect. Under whom did Vasco da Gama reach in Kerala? Imadi Narsimha, or you go with Zamorian. Either. It is not Devraya II. Now, this is when either students were listening to me or not listening to me, but I have to teach you this. Timur came in 1398. Muhammad bin Tughlaq is dead by 1350. Firstly, that is one giveaway that this statement is incorrect. Other than that, I told you that the one who was defeated by Timur was Mahmud Tughlaq and not Muhammad bin Tughlaq. But why am I giving you this? Because I want to create a little bit of trust here. Because a lot of students think that I am randomly blabbering around telling you random facts. These things were previously considered to be very difficult questions. And answer is going to be 1, not B, because Muhammad bin Tughlaq is nothing to do with Timur. It is Mahmud Tughlaq, and as it is, the time period of both of them is different. This you will know by tomorrow. So don't worry the second statement. If you got it wrong, I consider it correct only. But whatever I am doing here has a purpose. That is my haath jod ke vinti with you, that understand why am I doing something. Students used to say, sir, why are you wasting our time in Mongol history? Who is this Ter Bahadur? Who is this Jalaluddin? 2 years back to back. Teaching since the past 8 years. 6 years in Delhi University. 3 years here now. Every time I used to make it a point to talk about Iltutmish, about the story of Mongols, to make it about this. And this is how the UPSC started to move in that direction. They started to move in that direction. They made it a point to move it in that direction. Now I'll show you one more magic. Do this question. Do this question. Consider the following events of history of India. Now I want your street mass smartness here. Nobody can learn this question, but then you need only street smartness. Consider the following events in history of India. Rise of Pratihara under Bhoja, establishment of Pallava power under Mahendravarman, establishment of Chola power under Parantakavan, Pala dynasty founder by Gopala. Right. Now tell me what is the answer here. Giving you the poll. Giving you time also. More time I'm giving you. Oh, one second. I have pushed the wrong answer. One second. Okay, now. Who was the fugitive prince in option 1? Soumeshri, Jalaluddin crossed into Gurid to Indus. Jalaluddin, Khwarizmi prince. Just need your basic understanding of timelines. I have been talking about timeline. This came in 2022. It's a very easy question if you have street smartness, if you're listening to me, if you have basic understanding of timeline. Timelines can be a game changer, and this is that question. Just need to remember the basic names. There is one person you don't know, and I know that. Parantaka one you don't know. I know that. But students will do one more thing, which is not something which they should do. They would be thinking also one more thing, that which Chola is this? Which Chola is this? I know the first thing which comes to your mind is which Chola. Okay, 41% totally correct. But first things first. Which Chola is a wrong question in your mind because it is overthinking. If it is not Vijayala Chola, any other Chola I have not told you about only. Have I told you about in Sangam polity any other name other than Vijayala Chola? Have I? In the Sangam polity question, did I talk about any other Chola? No. But you see one more very interesting thing. If I just mark the dynasties, Pallava, Pratihara, Chola, Pala. In these four, which comes first? Pallavas, Cholas, Palas, or Pratiharas? It is the Pallavas. This is the point where you would have gone for. See, this is why UPSC is given two types of answers. They have, for the overthinkers, given A and C. For the overthinkers have given B and D. And for the people who trust their own instinct and information, there is A and C. Once you have established that this is not the Chola, because early Chola would have been written, or something related to Vijayala would have been written, or Sangam would have been written. Once you have established that this is Imperial Chola and this is Pallava, then you have only two options, and it's very beautifully fit. Very beautifully fit. And I'll give you one more reason for the people who are confused about Chola and Pallava. Now tell me one thing. If I have to keep early Chola, Pallava, Pala, and Pratihara, then according to your logic, Pallava comes first, right? Pallava Chalukya. I taught you Pushyabhuti. If you remember the PPT, you can answer this question. I did Pushyabhuti, Pallava, Chalukya. And then I did with you early medieval dynasties, Pala, Pratihara, Rashtrakuta. Just remembering the concept, this is the order itself. Now, is there any option which says 3, 2, Pala is what? 4, 1. Is there any option here? 3, 2, 4, 1. There's no option. So even with your overthinking logic, now you have come to a conclusion which doesn't exist. So then learn from that. That is why I gave you 1 minute. If I go with your logic, sir, आपने नहीं बताया. You defrauded us. You are a fraud. You did not tell us about Parantaka 1 when you were teaching about Imperial Cholas. You did not tell us that. It is your fault that we don't know this question. Okay, I go with your logic. If it is not Imperial Cholas, it is early Cholas. I would have I would have not told you about this Chola either place. So either it becomes 3, or rather 2, 4, 1, 3, or it becomes 3, 2, 4, 1. Now, which option is there in the examination? Which option is there? The second one. So, going with your logic, now you have come to 2. Now, tell me one thing. Bhoja is the first ruler or the second ruler? Very good. Gopala is the first ruler. Bhoja is the second ruler. Again, I told you, Nagbhatta is the first ruler. Bhoja is the second one. That is why they have changed the sequence here. Just to check, do you know the difference between a founder and a second ruler? Answer becomes C. Now you tell me one thing, does it really matter whose name is written other than the Pratihara and the Pala one, in which they've given you Bhoja and Gopala, which everybody knows? If you go by how we are going about it, is this question difficult? That is the point, Shreyank. Sometimes you have to read further. That is the point. Every examination question may not be about the direct fact coming. Sometimes it is also about application of knowledge. It's about application of knowledge. So it has to be 4-1 because Gopala, founded by, you see, you even see the examiner is doing it. Founded by rise of. The examiner was very kind here. Founder is first, then rise happens, na? Now, before I do a very critical section with you tomorrow, which is the Mughals, I start with you, I do Bahmani, I do Nayankara, then I start Mughals. Now, do you at least trust the thing which I am doing with you here? Because ancient medieval questions are not difficult. They are just about awareness of things. If you can be aware, if you can be street smart, if you can do what you're doing with me here, you will never, ever, ever get these questions wrong. In a way, you will rather use those 6 questions to clear the exam rather than leaving them. Those 5 to 6 questions which are going to come. And I'm not saying that every year it is the same. 2022 was an anomaly year. 2022 was an anomaly year in which you had very difficult questions out of ancient medieval, except for modern India. Total number of questions was 16, and with basic knowledge, only 6 were manageable. Other than that, that Khula Daran, that question related to Fanam, those questions were difficult, optional level. But before it and after it, this year, 2023, proves that 2022 was an anomaly. So please don't sit with the 2022 paper and now sit it. How do I get it? It happens. 1 year, every subject is difficult. It is either economics or polity or geography or something. Here it was history, but now we have come back to that. Fanam will discuss in numismatics in art and culture. So very simply, I'm trying to take you through the least path of resistance. There will always be questions which may be difficult. But for that, out of that 15 questions, 9 is what I am targeting for you. If 9 to 10 you get it right, 2 to 3 questions nobody can do. Right? Can we stop on this note? We'll take up the previous year questions tomorrow and finish all of these things tomorrow. Now, do you have a little bit of confidence? You have done 2 very difficult questions. I've made you do this question already. In which the SME has pushed the question itself, which was this B was the answer. Which of the 2 come between the decline and the rise of Harshvardhan? And the obvious answer was that Guptas had to be there and Pushyabhuti had to be there. There were only two options in which 1 and 3 were together. Only one option within 1 and 3 was together. So I hope that you understand what we are trying to do here. Other questions I will do with you tomorrow. Some are quite easy. Some are very, 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 very easy. Very, very straightforward. So I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Please, my request to you is now be a little bit more confident. Just stick to what we are doing, vis-a-vis what I'm telling you to do, and consolidate. There's no end to ancient medieval. Whatever we are doing is perfectly fine to manage 99% of the questions. For 10 questions or for one, that for that 1% or 10%, I will not make you commit suicide. That's the only point. You want leaderboard, though it is basically immaterial, but sure, why not? Bhavani got all three questions correct. Aniket, Deepika, Srikant, Deshmukh, and Shravani. Who was asking for Deshmukh? Acha, you are, that is why you are asking. Deshmukh, you wanted to see. Oh, fastest finger first or this slow. Shravani, Munna, Ujwal, Nagarju, Dhanya, Sania, Chituri, one question wrong. Astha Tiwari, Kritika, Mayank. But this includes that one question also which we did previously. Janvi, Shreyansh, Nilkanta, Shaunik, Ambika, Manmohan. Doesn't matter really. Okay. See you tomorrow.